Voilà. Yeah. For some reason, nowadays I don't know. I guess yeah. Now it should be good. There is some technical hiccups in my mic. I don't know. It's not working. Things. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't notice that the stuff was not going up in my feedback. So how are you? Are you good? It's good and you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm saying I'm going to work on the additional features of my glyph utility that I had in mind before leaving the stream last night. And when all is good, I guess I'm going to polish the CLI API and then I'm going to just release it. I guess I'm going to first try to use it into my other project to see if everything is good. And then I will publish. MIT license? Yes. Yes. Everything I do will be open source, will be MIT license. Yeah. I don't like GPL. Yeah, it's just not truly universal. It's only universal for like non-companies, individuals outside of companies, but therefore it's not universal. It's not fully open then. So yeah, I don't like GPL, AGPL. I will always use MIT because it's the easiest way to do things, the most open. And I also want to check my typing. It's been a long time I've done this, so I'm gonna try now. So I'm not going to answer for a few minutes. For 1 minute, I will not be able to answer. Ah! Ah! What happened? 87! Not bad. 87. Ah, almost! Almost my world record. Almost my record. Oh, wow. Damn, I was so close to my record. 87. My record is at 87.8 and I did 87.3. Okay, let's try another one just in case. Never tried that. Yeah, it's to test your your typing speed. Fuck. No. Sorry. This. Okay. I need to be zen. Putain. Ah, always 87. Yeah, it's always like that. Huh? The first one is always the best, then goes down. Okay, another one, and then I'll stop. Six, yeah. Yeah, it's always the first one that's the best. It's funny how it works, huh? It's always like that. I think it only happened once that like the second one I do is better than the first. Usually it's always the first. That's like the best of a given day, right? It's funny. Oh, Apache license, the creator preserve the patent. I don't think the creator preserves the patent. I mean, last time I checked, if I remember correctly, it's just that Apache explicitly talks about patents to avoid patent trolling by outside entities, basically. But it's like it's really just like a sort of a legal double protection insurance in certain jurisdictions, because basically like the additional paragraphs that the Apache license adds to the license, in a lot of jurisdictions they're not even needed, you know, because like the justice systems doesn't allow for patent trolling in the way that the Apache license protects you against, you know. So yeah, theoretically speaking, the Apache license is indeed more protecting than the MIT license, but it's only in certain jurisdictions, and it's not actually like most of the time it's not of a big deal. Apache gives you trademark, I think. I don't remember what it gives or what it does not give. The one thing I remember is that, yeah, because there is this pattern where theoretically, but this is like this is basically patent trolling behavior. It's like Apache license prevents you to be like the additional paragraphs in the Apache license prevents you if from someone. Imagine if someone belongs to a company that has some patents over certain pieces of code, and then this person on his own during his work hours comes and contribute to your open source project with bits of code that it turns out are patented under the guy's company. And then this guy's company comes at your open source projects and says, "Oh, by the way, the pieces of code that my employee contributed to your open source project, they are part of my patent. Therefore, I have like power over your open source project now, and therefore, I'm going to sue you, and if you don't follow what I want, um, I will sue you and extort you some money because of my patents." That's the risk that Apache aims to solve with these patent paragraphs, among other things, probably. But I only remembered that. But at the same time, like, this specific behavior, first of all, is very unlikely. Okay, and second, most jurisdictions automatically grant these kinds of protection to MIT licensed projects anyway. So, in most jurisdictions, you cannot come at a open source projects and do a patent trolling lawsuits like this. Without the judge sending, like, canceling your claim to the, like, because this is ridiculous. Because if, like, in most jurisdictions, judges are very hostile to patent trolling, especially towards open source projects that don't have any money, like where there's no money involved, but only free time, So, yeah, most of the time, basically, in most jurisdictions around the world, especially in the West, MIT license is sufficient. It's just that, I guess, when companies do open source projects, since they do have adversarial companies that might want to fuck up with their own open source projects, they adopt the Apache license to make sure that other companies cannot mess with their own company open source projects by contributing in a predatory way, like adding patented code to the open source projects of a competitor, just so that you can make a lawsuit against your competitor. This kind of patent trolling, the Apache license is made to defend against that. That's what I remember from it. Maybe there's other sub cases or whatever, but that's one of the main, protection that Apache license gives to you. But yeah, so basically it only makes sense to choose Apache instead of MIT if you are, I guess, a very big corporation that just happens to have an open source project, and you are suspecting that your competitors, other companies, might want to patent troll you and then put you into a lawsuit by messing up your open source project. Voilà. That's the main, like, reason. Choosing license compare. Yeah, I've already read these things a few weeks ago. Voilà, preservation of copyright and license notices provide an express grant of patent rights. Yeah, but so the Apache license does not preserve your patent rights. That's not what it does. Huh? It grants, it's an express grant of patent rights to the world, not to you, the creator. You know, and it's just to prevent other companies from exploiting this patent law. You know. It does not grant trademark rights. Voilà, it's explicitly. Yeah, so basically, Apache is about being explicit because in certain jurisdictions, not being explicit has legal consequences. But in most jurisdictions, like, in Europe and in most of the US states, I guess, MIT license, still doesn't. It still works similarly to the Apache license. It's just that the Apache is explicit while the MIT license is implicit because it doesn't say anything. Thank you for your inputs. Yeah, you're welcome. And the GNU, yeah, and the GNU is the real restrictive license here. But so basically the main difference between MIT and Apache is that Apache is more explicit in stuff that might be touchy for sensitive or that might have big financial consequences, specifically for companies, basically. And that's why companies often choose Apache instead of MIT. But if you are an individual or even just a small startup or whatever, bon, MIT is still mostly like, yeah. MIT in most jurisdictions of the West, at least, MIT goes like 98% of the way where Apache goes, in terms of like legal impact and consequences. It's just that I guess in a lawsuit, since the Apache license is explicit, it's easier for an attorney, a lawyer, to argue with the judge, well, look, this is this is patent trolling. This company or whatever does not have a legal base to attack my project because look, in my license it's explicitly stated that you know. But in most cases, even in MIT, the judge usually sides with the open source projects against the predatory company trying to enforce their patent rights or whatever in a predatory way. So yeah, it's very close. GNU, you have to share the code, right? If you build using your source. Yeah, GPL, GNU, yeah, GNU General Public License. Yes, it's copyleft, right? So companies cannot monetize, and you need to ship, give explicit access to the code. Yeah. So yeah, GNU is just restricted to like end users, individuals outside of companies to use it as they want. But yeah, they well, maybe used for commercial purposes. I mean, yeah, they can be used for commercial purposes. It's just that giving access to the code completely uh, nullifies the incentive to make it a commercial project. So it's a bit, so yeah, theoretically, legally speaking, it's allowed for commercial use. But since the company or the person needs to give everyone access to the code without restriction, well, it defeats the purpose of a commercial operation anyway. So yeah. So yeah, you can monetize. It's just that you need to nullify your own monetization, uh, leverage, which is giving access to to the code, to the base code. So yeah. Yeah. GNU basically, yeah, GPL, yeah, prevents, you know, prevents actual real monetization, whereas the MIT and the Apache allows for the code to not be shared, and so they allow the code to be included into paid products, you know, that people have to pay for without restrictions. Yeah. I'm annoyed Codex refreshed the limits just like 6 hours before my weekly refresh limit. Sad. Huh. Okay. Hmm. So here I'm trying to, well, I'm finishing I designed my app with like a home row, a home screen where there's like the current project, making new the existing project, the installed fonts, and yeah. I think I'm going to keep it like that. Ah. What do I want? I want, okay, add the uninstall button, another uninstall button next to the install font. No, wait. Let's add some dynamic buttons based on the state of the current project. So if project is already built as detected in current project, build button should be called rebuild. And if already installed, the install font button should be transformed into and allow to like erase the current build and rebuild a new one. And if already installed, the install font button should be transformed to uninstall font to uninstall it. No. Have to go. Stay good. See you next Thursday if you decide to stream. Yeah, okay. Okay, no problem, Gonzalo. See you. Yeah, see you on Thursday. Yeah, I will stream Thursday. Bye. I know. No, 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 no. Not here. Wait, is there an update? No. Gemini. Um, I need you to formulate options to implement the compose grid feature. Do not implement yet, just detail, just analyze and give me options. The goal of this feature is to be able to generate bigger images, icons with font glyphs the same way I do in this project, but but by generating images with a grid of, for example, 3 by 3 glyphs to form a wider, bigger image instead of the default, you know, monospace area of a single glyph. Glyphs to form a wider, bigger image of the glyph for this image. Similarly to the existing glyph logic, should be mono, you know, will be monochrome and will and the threshold will be chosen with a panel similar to the two glyph panel. Okay. Hello. Based on the current architecture, specifically how Pettigrew manages state and how implementing the composed grid feature presents a few interesting design choices. The core challenge is that a one glyph at size 64 takes 54 characters to preview. Oh. 3x3 will require one, which will overflow almost. Wait, what? What? Ah, to preview. Well, we'll scale it down then. Yeah, a few three distinct options for how we can approach the UX architecture. Glyph panel. Instead of building a completely new view, we recreated the existing enough to understand that an image can be a grid. UX control, we add new key binding in the grid view, shift up down for a row. Preview rendering, because a large grid won't fit, the preview panel automatically switches to a scaled down view, yeah. Using nearest neighbor downsampling to fit the terminal, overlaying faint grid lines to show where the slicing occurs is manifest. We add the grid overrides. Yes, pros, seamless workflow. You can manage standard one-on-one icons and massive 5 out of 5 grids in the exact same project without switching context. Cons, the preview pane might lose pixel perfect accuracy for grids. Yeah, because you have to scale the image down to fit the tweet. Yeah, but that's okay. Well, it's just that this is fine. I feel like this is fine. As for the granularity, can't get any more granular than that, right? For the we can't get finer granularity in terms of the inside the preview area we have right now, right? I mean, without extending the size of the preview. Like, we have to deal with the monospace characteristics that are the rule inside terminals, right? You can't have like half height or half width characters to preview the glyphs compared to now, right? Do not modify anything. Reach. Ah, c'est Alt Tab. Alt Tab, Shift Alt Tab. Alt Tab. Okay. Option 2, dedicated grid composer view. The precision approach, selecting compose grid from the welcome view. One shows a completely separate grid composer tailored for large images. You select one image to focus on. The left panel because your grid controls rows and preview rendering. Instead of trying to show the whole image at one, we show a zoomed out thumbnail of the whole image plus a magnifying glass pane that shows a 1 pixel perfect preview of the currently selected grid cell. You can navigate between cells to check the threshold. Manifest. Allows you to inspect the threshold pixel by pixel, even for massive 5x5 images. One. Requires building a more complex 2D view with a focus state for individual cells. Okay. Now grid to font pipeline. Instead of mixing grid pieces into your main particular terminal project, which could put the font containing 10 icons with 25 pieces of a single image. Well, yeah. Is treated as an isolated export tool. Oh yeah, also do I create specific fonts for each composed grid, or do I just add the grids to existing font? I'm not sure. Disputes are dedicated image name. Yeah. Slicing logic in Featuressssss. Preprocessed source will check if an image has a grid layout. It's a 3x3 to crop the RGBA. JSON mapping. Do you also recommend that we should create one font per composed grid, or should we allow composed grid glyphs to be added to a given font, custom font with other icons, taking the standard one by one icons, and why? Hello Harry, how are you? How are you? I strongly recommend allowing composed grids to be added to the same custom font. Mechanic reality. Creative production is set to. I'm like, okay, at most, honestly, I had to put my cat down. Oh, I had her for 13 years. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. But yeah, 13 years, she lived a good life, you know? It's okay. Anyway, how is your day? It's okay. It's okay. I woke up a bit later than my already late waking hours because my guardian, my concierge, you know, the guy that, you know, delivers people's mail and whatever, woke me up earlier than the hour I wake up usually, just to tell me that he mixed he mixed a package with somebody else, basically. He told me to come take a package, you know, like an Amazon package or something. But actually, it was not for me. It was for another guy that happens to have my first name as a family name. And there was only this on the package, so he just instinctively thought about me, but actually it was this other guy that just has my first name as a family name. Voilà. So I was like, okay, it's a mistake. Well, it's okay. That happened, you know. Voilà. And so went back to my apartment. I went back to sleep, but I couldn't sleep for an hour. So I went back to sleep, and then I slept like way longer than I thought I would sleep. So I woke up. I woke up very late. Voilà. That's what happens today to me. That was my day. And then I convinced myself that I need to change my toilet's mechanism, you know, like water delivery mechanism stuff. I need to change that because it's a bit old now. So yeah, voilà. That was my day, and then I started the stream. What are the chances? Yeah, yeah, right. But you know, it happens, huh? Life is random sometimes, but yeah. Those like break all the time. Yeah, I mean, mine is not broken. It's just that, like, I think it's not supposed to feel the, you know, like the water reservoir. It fills up, but it's very slow. and like in the mechanism there's some water that like goes out, you know, like by just because it's wrongly. I don't know if it's because it's old, or maybe there's like a joint that is too old, so the water just like does a weird thing, and it's not supposed to do that, I think. So I'm like, well, maybe I'm just going to replace everything, because like, and also it's not very expensive. It's like 25 euros on Amazon, so I'm like, well, you know, maybe it's worth it for just to have my my toilet working properly. I don't know. And I guess there's a ton of tutorials online also for how to do that. So, well, I guess I could do it. It just does that sometimes. Yeah, it's weird, you know. It's weird. It still works though, right? Like I could just leave it there. It's just that it take, you know, instead of like the water filling up in like 30 seconds, it just takes like 6 minutes or something, you know? So it's a bit long, but bon, you know? I should learn about toilets and like how to repair them. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's not something that is useful often, but yeah, if you want to, you know, save 300, I mean, a lot of money. I don't know how many it would be in Indonesia, but you know, yeah, it's like a lot of money to not b- call a plumber basically, and you just need to buy like, you know, a piece of plastic or whatever that is not actually that expensive. You know, yeah. I guess I will do that, and I think I will like not pay to solve this problem. To not pay to solve this problem. So that's why I'm thinking about doing this. Valuable life skill, like probably around 1,000, so 1 or 2,000. I mean, for me, especially for this like very specific problem, I don't think it's a very complex problem, but yeah, I probably would have ended up paying, if I called a plumber, I think it would have cost me between like 300 and 500 euros, you know, so it's like $600 roughly, something like that. I don't want to pay that, you know? Between paying this amount and buying something on Amazon on Amazon that costs like 25 euros, maybe I just want to pay 25 euros and do it myself, you know? I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like unscrewing stuff, rescrewing, you know, cutting the water, but I know how to do that, so it's okay. You know, so bon, it's not. This is not witchcraft. This is, you know, once you know how to do it, and you see you know, a tutorial or something, it's like it's possible. Pesos, yeah, exactly. You know, so yeah, yeah. But I don't know how expensive it's in Indonesia, but yeah. Skibidi toilet magic, yeah, maybe, you know. Gemini is a bit weird, huh, in the way I don't like the vibe of Gemini, like the way it analyzes things. Like the takes of that Gemini has on the code base is always like very GPT-4 coded, you know? It's like it has, yeah, what he says is true about the code base, but it's not actually relevant, or, you know, like it doesn't it's weird. How to handle this cleaning to make Xing seamless for the user. It's like Gemini is bad at coming up with its own ideas, you know? Like it's good at finding problems and analyzing when you know what you want. But like asking for ideas to Gemini always gives me a weird vibe of like old AIs, like old chat old ChatGPT 3.5 smell vibes. Like it's weird. It doesn't pick up on context. It just explains. Yeah, like I think Gemini is very good at like analyzing, solving problems, like when you know what you want, it's actually pretty good at like finding the stuff and analyzing and giving you options, you know? But when you don't know what you want and you just ask Gemini like, "Oh, what should I do now?" It's like lame. I don't know how to describe it. Compose. Keep it all in one fund. Yeah, the helper companion thing. Yeah, it's a very good helper. So like now, so I have my subscriptions to both OpenAI and Google now. My the $20 subscriptions. And so basically, I use Codex to do the real coding. So GPT 5.4 or 5.5 when I need something beefier. And so I trust Codex with my code and with my system, and I know that it will not do crazy stuff. And I just keep Gemini on the side for analyzing and, to like analyze certain things that I have in my mind that I wanted to look at or investigate or something. But it's just that, when I need to brainstorm what to do and how to do it, I just feel like Codex is more aligned with my instincts than Gemini. Gemini has this weird, like, yeah. It's 28 euro here for like 2000 PHP. What do you mean PHP? 2000 PHP? What does that mean? Pesos or PHP? Is it the pesos? The how you write peso? Oh, wait, Philippine peso. Okay. Yeah, 28 euros. Yeah, it's expensive. It's more expensive in I guess in France it's 21 or 22 for both. Yeah, including taxes and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit expensive. It's why is it so expensive? Because theoretically speaking, it should be even cheaper. In in countries like Southeast Asia and like in Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia. Yeah, you are in the Philippines. You're not in Indonesia. Why did I think you were in Indonesia? You are in the Philippines, right? Why did I think that? Were you not in Indonesia at some point? Or maybe I just hallucinated that, like an AI. Philippines and Indonesia are close together. Yes, I know, but I was like 100% certain you were in Indonesia. But no, you are in the Philippines. So it's understandable to get them mixed up. Yeah. Yeah, but I genuinely got them mixed up. Damn. Sorry. You are from the Philippines. Because Indonesian culture is also close to Philippines culture. Yeah. Okay. I see. But at the same time, like, yeah, Philippines is like, are you, what is the religion in the Philippines? Like, you are Catholic, right? There are a bunch, because Indonesia is Muslim. In Philippines, you have Catholicism because of the Spanish. And do you have also like Buddhism or stuff like that? Yeah, that's the major religion. Yeah, Catholicism. Okay. There's Muslims there. Ah, yeah, in the south. Yeah, yeah, I remember that actually because you also have some Muslim Islamist terrorism, right? In the south area of the Philippines. I remember like you also like you have an Al Qaeda branch or something that was messing with some cities, right? In the south, I remember. Yeah, yeah. So I was like, ah, yeah. Even in the Philippines, they have some jihadists, you know. Even though, yeah, most of the Philippines is Catholic, I guess. I don't remember that. Oh, really? And Christians, really? Because like at some point it made the news. I don't remember. It was like a year or two ago, right? But I remember hearing about it on the news. Like there was some headlines about like some jihadist group in one of the core Muslim cities of the south of the Philippines. I heard that there was some jihadist group, like rebelling or maybe clashing with the police or something. I don't remember exactly. And like your government had to send like some police or reinforcements or whatever to deal with those guys. It was not like crazy, right? It was very um I remember it being very localized and not like but still a thing. All the Muslims I met are lovely. Like I live in a very Muslim area. Okay, gotta be careful what you hear about Islam because they really go hard on Muslim. Yeah, I mean maybe it was yeah, an exaggeration, right? But yeah, I just remember the headlines. I just remember seeing the headlines. But yeah, I guess it was an exaggeration. Yeah, yeah, I think that's more of a local incident. Yeah, probably. I mean, I remember it as a local incident. It's not something that affects the Philippines widely, right? But yeah, because I have no idea why, but people hate Muslims. In the Philippines, like America hates Muslims. Ah, yeah. Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, Americans, I guess it's because of the 9/11, stuff like that. Um, and it's just that I guess there's a lot of Muslim, groups, Iran, for example, but before, Al Qaeda, that have sworn death to America, right? So, of course, bon, when you're American, maybe you don't see at least those jihadist groups in a very nice light, right? And of course, since Americans don't know anything about geography and the complexity of the cultures around the world, they associate those jihadist groups with Muslims that have nothing to do with them, right? That don't want to be associated. But look, Americans are not very good at geography or understanding what's happening outside of their own country. So unfortunately, yeah, they just group everybody together. Yeah, well, that's not very surprising. Like a lot of Americans think that Europe is a country or something. Like it's very, yeah. So yeah, not in the Philippines specifically, but I do notice a lot of Christian Catholic that dislike Muslims for being different. I don't blame the Middle Eastern countries for hating America. I will try it for Europe tomorrow. Really? Nat, how are you? You will travel for Europe tomorrow? Well, you're right. They aren't very educated in the States. Yeah, like, it's, yeah. At least they are not educated about the world. You know, they are mostly educated about their own country. And, it's very well known that most Americans, like, don't care that much about what's happening outside their own country. especially since they see themselves as the the first world power or whatever, so they don't even care what's happening outside. You know. So yeah, it's a nice place. It's a beautiful country. It's very strange, Yeah. Really? Where is it? Are you going to? Where are you going at? Su bracket. Sop. Hello, Tink. Tink M. Hello. How are you, Tink M? Do you code Tink M? Are you interested in programmation? In computer science and programming? Europe is the place odor. What? Odor? What is odor? Odor? No, I'm just kidding, petit import. Ah, okay. Also, I would think that if you was about to go to Europe, you would have told me before, Like, that would have been a bit weird, don't you think? That you would go to Europe without telling me until the last day. You're like, hey, tomorrow I visit you, petit. Whoa. That's a bit, My favorite country is London. London is the country. Yeah, I already follow you. Follow Edge. Ah, there's no follow Edge command. And I also love the country of Paris. The country of Paris is the real country, though. Separated from the rest of France, that's true. No follow Edge, but still, okay. For how long? Maybe I can see that, actually. You've been a follower since... Oh, damn, since a year! Wow! Like, I know. Since 6 months, actually. Last year, I meant. 6 September 2025. Ah, yes, it's been 6 months, more than 6 months, 6, 7, 8 months, something like that. I don't know how to calculate. Yes, I would, Sage. Google is Europe and London the same? Yes, it is the same. 6, 7, 6, 7, 6. I said like this, 6, 7. Yes, yes. I said 6, 7 because I'm very cool. Okay. And I share a lot of things with my fellow alphas, such as 6, 7, Labubu, and Dubai chocolate. Voilà. I'm this kind of guy. I'm extremely cool, as you might have noticed. Yeah, I know all the youngsters references. Yes. I'm from the country of Rome. Ah, you are from Italy. I have Italian origins. I have Italian origins. I mean, more specifically, Sicilian origins, actually. Whether you consider the Sicilians to be Italians, it's another topic also. But yeah, I do have from my father's side, I have some Sicilian mafia origin. You know. Mm. Um. Okay. Let me try to see. Is it now a fully functional rebuild? Yep. Uninstall font. Okay. Well, let me save this up. I know it seems really big. Don't be silly. You know it's an ocean. Yes. It's the Mediterranean Sea. Isn't the Mediterranean Sea belonging to Italy? I think yes. I don't know about you. Um, Mare Nostrum, um, I need the install font. Install, uninstall font. Wait, maybe it's actually just my imagination because maybe it's just Hmm. Is that where Atlanta exists? Atlantis? Yeah, man. What are you working on? I am working on a little utility that allows you to create logos from fonts glyphs. You know, like the glyphs is like the individual characters in a font. And I want to use these glyphs to have, you know, like icons that are customized, you know? So you take like a logo and you can transform a logo into a custom font glyph, you know? Like, I don't know if you see. So, you know, here you have, you know, the GitHub Copilot, you have the Claude, and this is like something that you can use in any terminal because, you know, like to show companies' logos or any image, you have to support the Kitty graphics protocol in terminals. And it's annoying to me that this is not universal. And so to make sure that everyone can see the icons in my other app, I created this tool to create glyphs for the icons that I want to show my users, basically. Voila. That's the goal of this tool. And so basically, you know, and you can like, you know, you can change the threshold of the monochrome filter, you know, depending on where you want the, you know, like the actual threshold to be. If you want it thicker or thinner or whatever, you know, well, and I'm working on that. And this is also my first like real TUI tool that I want to release as an open source tool. So, you know, I'm trying to apprehend how I can do something with this. It would be a lot useful for NVim and similar. Yes, I mean, it could be, I think it could be useful for lots of use cases actually, you know, like for TUIs, like it would be very cool because it would allow, when you install a tool, it would also install the relevant custom font. And so it would allow you to see logos of stuff that are not native to, you know, to most fonts and ASCII and whatever, without having to support the Kitty graphics protocol to display images, you know? Because of course, not most terminals, emulators do not, you know, most terminals do not support the Kitty graphics protocol. You know, so I would like to have a way around the Kitty graphics protocol. Well, it will be monochrome, right? So it's still very it's still pretty you know, bare bone, but it's better than nothing. And it can add you know, can add some cool I don't know, some cool effects, some cool you know, aesthetics. It also destroys the icon when I switch between bash PowerShell CMD. Have you already done tests with emulated terminals? No, I mean, I've not done any tests yet. I've just been developing this locally right now. I guess I will test in another machine of mine. I also have some Raspberry Pis that are also Linux but not Arch that I will test, I guess, too. Yeah, and then I will just ask, you know, I will just have people, I hope people test this in their machine, and if it's fucked up they can tell me. I also have a Windows dual boot, so I guess I will also be able to I will be able to test that on Windows. For Mac, I guess I will have to find people kind enough to test on their Mac and submit, contributions or submit issues to help me solve that. I guess. Yeah, I'll test it on Windows. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not finished. I hope I can finish it tonight, but I maybe doubt it. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just that I'm also working on the layout of the buttons and stuff. I'm not sure if it's correct right now. Still. So yeah, I'm working on that. And now I also want to add because I'm like, oh, it has so much potential. Last stream, I want to add like the ability to display a monochrome image also, but with custom glyphs, but with like a grid, you know, like a 3 by 3 grid, to show like a bigger version of an icon, for example, of these icons here, like a big, 5 by 5, for example. Like instead of actually relying on ASCII characters to create, I could use directly the custom glyphs to create the image. That would be cool, and I could maybe try to even, especially, but I'm not sure if it's actually going to work or to be compatible. But let's say you are using a 2 framework. I'm using Ratatouille, but there's also like um, the Charm.land framework. Bubbles? No, I don't remember. Um, Maybe like you can also animate if you have enough glyphs to like if you have the images to animate a logo, like in different state, turning or any animation. Maybe you could also, and you have a 2 that allows you to re-render some parts of the terminal automatically, like easily. Maybe you can just have a little animation. That would be cool. And I want to do that too. So yeah, maybe it's, yeah. Ratatouille is a crazy name. Yeah, yeah, Ratatouille. In Rust, it's a Rust TUI. I guess it's the main Rust TUI. I mean, the most popular, I guess. And yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's I like what the AI does with it, so I'm probably going to continue using it. And I also want to learn Rust. Well, right now I don't know Rust, but fortunately the vibe coding goes well enough without knowing Rust for now. So but yeah, I still want to learn Rust at some point. To maybe optimize things. Well, I'm not sure if the font CLI needs optimization, but for the sake of performance. Alors, I also updated the footer enter hints so they stay consistent with the current state. I added states for the dynamic labels hints for the rebuild and okay. Oh, wait. The press enter to rebuild. An install is still on the Retiglyph projects card. It should not be there. Fuck. Attends. type create it should not be acting when I am on the actions buttons. The actions buttons should have their own dynamic legend on their own card next to the buttons. Fix. Fix. Wait. Mix compact and fix. Okay. Keep it in one font. It aligns perfectly with how fonts actually work, simplifies the output for the end user, and prevents you from having to rewrite the core build-up architecture. You are 100%. If we dump them all into a single linear string like the current glyph sample, the grid piece, it would just look like a random string of broken blocks. I don't know. Keeping it in one font is still the right call. The solution is to split the font. The solution is to make the sample generation smarter. Hello Taras, how are you? How are you? How are you? I'm working on my font, custom font generator, CLI tool. Instead of a single dump string, when the build finishes, we write a text file that actually constructs the grid using new lines so it renders perfectly. If a new user used, so it will look exactly like this. There are no space between the grid characters. Use standard new lines. This guarantees the puzzle piece snapped together visually in a sample file. Fixing the two I come up with a new thing. HTTP request templating. Oh, what is it for? Fixing the TUI success screen. Currently, there is a function called icon sample grid samples. If you want to be fancy, the TUI could actually draw the grid right there in the success panel using the TUI layout constraint. To make this work, the backend just separate the concept of icons from grids right at the end and generate. You know how some people might give you curls, yeah, or Postman or some other ways to share partially or fully ready HTTP request. Yeah, I think. Yeah, like to get a specific like API response or right from a service, right? HTTP request templating. It's just that I don't understand why you call it HTTP dash HTTP. Like, why is there two HTTP? Is it HTTP to HTTP? Why not just HTTP request templating? It would look like a raw HTTP request plus templating, probably similar to Moustache. I don't know Moustache. Moustache HTTP request. Moustache logically templates available in What does it look like? Playground. Input data, number, boolean, string, nested, string, list, emphasize, example one, render. Hmm. Is this like used by JavaScript frameworks or whatever under the hood or something? How? Because I know I've never had to use Mustache, I think, directly at least. So I guess it's used like in lower level systems than what I'm working with, right? I guess. To have the request ready to do yourself. HTTP T. After the dash is the explanation. Ah, okay. HTTP T. HTTP request templating. Ah. Yeah, Jess uses a lot mustache, handlebars, nunchucks. Okay. Yeah. So okay, it's something that is used by frameworks and stuff to do yeah, okay, the requesting and stuff, the calls. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. Message can be used for HTML, config files, source code, anything. It works by expanding tags in a template using values provided in a hash object. We call it logicless because there are no if statements, else clauses, or for loops. Instead, there are only tags. Some tags are replaced with values, some nothing, others a series of values. This document explains the different types of mustache tags. The mustache language has a formal specification. The command page reflects 1.3, including the official but optional extensions. Tags are indicated by double mustache. Person is a tag. That is person. Refer to the person as the key of the tag. Talk about different types of tags. Oop. Ah. Ah. Fuck. Okay. Just a logicless template system that use tags to replace placeholders in template with data. It's designed for simplicity of traditional programming control. First, where is mustache used the most? Ah, voilà, web frameworks. Front-end frameworks, voilà, React, Vue, Angular, Svelte use mustache-like syntax for templating. Backend, Node.js, Ruby on Rails, Python, PyStash. Static site generators, Jekyll, Hugo, 11t. YAML JSON templating to generate configs. Email templating, MailChimp. CLI tools, lightweight scripting where logicless templating is preferred. Mustache simplicity and language agnostic nature makes it ideal for this use case. It avoids complex logic, ensuring templates remain clean and maintainable. Yeah, okay. Example. Yeah, sorry, you got flagged by Twitch. Host API, authorization host token. Yeah, okay. Accept application JSON, get, search term, limit for limit. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with Jinja, the Jinja templating, so I guess it's a bit similar, right? Just it seems simpler. But Jinja is for Python and stuff like Flask and Django, I think, if I remember correctly. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know about Moustache. Good discovery. Hmm. Okay. Do I need this? Maybe I don't need this. And then do I need this? Um, Actually, delete the legends for every button except the input field because I guess it's the only one that needs that is a bit weird to witness inside a terminal interface. Buttons should be self-explanatory, I think. Do you agree? He didn't respond. Well, he does the same. Compose grid. Compose grid. What do I do with the compose grid? With the compose, like composed glyphs, images, whatever. Do I create one font per grid? That would, maybe that's a lot of fonts. Or do I create like grids inside a font? So I will have to distinguish between the normal monospace icons or images and the grids that have several glyphs. I guess I could do this. Because I can parse things in a way that I find the grids and stuff. It's just that I'm wondering, and then it's just that for the animation glyphs, do I also include it in the same font? I guess yes. And I will also have to add some parsing logic to refine them again and maybe display the animation inside the TUI here. This idea started as a way to add a config for custom servers for my note taking app. Very nice. Very nice. Config for custom servers. Very cool. Yeah. So the name is HTTPT, right? HTTPT. Well, of course, GitHub. Is it not public yet? Right? Maybe. Tags. Soon. Soon. Yeah. Soon. I'm back. Hello petit, hello chat, hello Nat. I'm good and you? I'm good. Not yet, just ideation and prototyping stage. Ah, okay. Okay, okay. Very nice. Okay. I'm going to commit. At some point, I'm like, maybe I should just put a lazy git, you know, instead of looking at the, since I'm not looking at the files, I mean, I'm looking at the file structure. I'm not looking at the file themselves. Maybe just a lazy git should be the main view. Actually, why is the build should be added to git ignore? Why? I added build to git ignore, but it's still showing in a lazy git. Can you fix? I need to reset the index. Build was already ignored. The problem was that those files were already tracked, so kept showing them. I removed build from the git index. The local build file is on disk, and git now treats them as ignored. Git check, na. But you'll see now in the stage deletion for the tracked build that is expected. Build will stop showing up on there. The auto modified file, na. We're left untouched. Okay. Yeah, I mean, untracking slash build folder. Bon, I will, before releasing, I will just squash the entire history, so I don't care. Okay. Now that seems, let's see that now that these seems to work. Yep. Install, add to the uninstall buttons the same kind of spinner processing that you have on the install button, the different to make it obvious that a deletion is taking place. Because I'm wondering, maybe yeah. compose grid, animate grid. Yeah, it's better to put the base icons, the compose grids, and the animate glyphs all in one font, because this way people can share like one font with everything inside, instead of instead of like one font per grid per animation. It's annoying, right? So yeah, I guess it's better this way, just for ease of sharing or something. I guess I also need to create a special panel to like display everything, especially if there's a lot of icons and stuff, I guess. Because this is a bit crammed. Hmm. Yeah. It's making the spinner for the uninstall button. There is a spinner for the install. There is no spinner for the uninstall. That's a bit annoying. And with the current, yes, we reflect capped at one binary. Ah, yeah, I was wondering for this. Oh, yeah, but you can't see. We are capped at one binary sample per terminal row, rendered as either or so there's no finer granularity inside the same preview right now. Yeah, strictly speaking, terminals are cell-based, but that do not mean you're limited to only a full cell resolution. You could get more detail in some areas by changing the renderer. Use subcell Unicode glyphs. Have blocks. Ah. Quadrant blocks. Bright characters for 2 to 5 packing per cell. In principle, yes, you can cheat the monospace grid by using Unicode blocks or bright glyphs without enlarging the preview. You still cannot go below the terminal's character cell system unless you switch to online graphics protocol. So text rendering. Tell me how an implementation of half blocks and or bright like quadrants blocks and or bright characters would look like. How complex would it be? How stable would it be? Do not implement, just describe. like the potential of this solution. Alors, implemented uninstall, not use the same background task loop as install. Keep spinning the yellow spinner. Uninstall, now use a red shrinking style spinner with removing, and the footer status switches to a removal specific progress image, so it reads as deletion rather than install work. Okay, let's see. Uninstall, removing. Okay. Yeah. Installing. Removing. I don't like this spinner. I mean, color is fine. Removing is fine, but I don't like the look of the spinner. Give other options. Write them down here with each state as examples for me to review before implementing. Okay, alors, in this code base, the change would be. Oh, wait. Hey, if I do this, can you look? In this code base, the change would be localized mostly around where currently emits have blocks. You get roughly 2x more vertical detail in the same preview height. This is the simplest and usually the most robust option. Quadrant blocks, pack a 2 by 2 mini grid into one cell. You get 2x horizontal and 2x vertical resolution per cell. This is a good middle ground if you want something sharper and have blocks, but less visually noisy than bright. Max 2 times 4 mini grid. Have blocks, very stable, best compatibility, best readability, least surprising across terminal emulators and fonts. Quadrant block, fairly stable. Bright, stable in a technical sense, less stable visually. Give me full visual examples here. Print them out to show me. I don't like those, like, minimal pulse. Okay, try implementing the minimal pulse. 8. Hello Yannick, how are you? Yannick. Current full block, half blocks. Ah, yeah. Quadrants. Ah, yeah, the quadrants are too elongated. Bry. That's weird. Current full block. Diagonal stroke. Yeah, half block. Yeah, the half block is way better, actually. It's more, yeah. Quadrant, Bry. Yeah, the half blocks are just better. Maybe I'll try it with the half blocks. Because right now, it's a bit maybe it can be finer. I don't know. But he told you he's coming to Brazil. Yes, I'm coming to Brazil tomorrow. We will play football and samba. Yes. By the way, Nat, why no stream even though you have a schedule? I have a schedule where on Twitch. I was not on my home today, Yannick. Wow. Nat has a schedule? I didn't know this. Twitch.tv/NatZouge. I was with lots of girls. Wow. Does he have a schedule? Oh, yes, he has a schedule. He has a schedule. Damn. I was with lots of girls. Girl. Sorry, a woman. Are you a woman respecter, Nat? Do you respect women? Yeah, it better be women. A lot of hot chickens. Damn. Damn. Untitled stream. Like hot dogs. Hot dogs and hot chickens. Like McDonald's. Damn. That's crazy, Nat. That's just crazy, Nat. Install. Yes, I want to test the uninstalling spinner. Oula. Wow. Yeah. No. It needs to be slower. It goes too fast, like 5x slower. Like KFC, I was doing work things, Yannick, and there was other women that don't care a shit about me. Wow. Sage. And very beautiful woman who worked on McDonald's. Wow. And she didn't even saw me. Wow. So sad. You know, there is a meme about this, like the beautiful girl that works at like the grocery store or something. You know? Mm, actually, I would like a circular spinner instead of this. Go online and find some candidates. Present every frame similar to above. I took the metro, a lot of smelly people, and the shit on the streets, and P2. Wow, that's the metro. At the metro too, and the metro was shaking so fucking much. I thought I would die. Wow. You almost died, Nat. To go to your company where you will have the job? Damn. You are living dangerously. Damn. You take so many risks just to have a job. You're so courageous. So courageous. Right? Yes. I guess I will give up. I will give up. I will call them and say, no, I can't have the job. Sorry. The metro is too scary. It's shaking so much. I will just not be able to come to work for you. You can still give me the salary though, but I will just not come. Sorry. That's risking his life every day just to get food on the table. Yes, exactly. I hate so much my job, dude. My boss is so fucking annoying, bro. He hasn't even started. He hasn't even started. He starts in a few days next week. Yannick, you don't understand. I thought he took the back row. No, but I think he probably has to sign some papers at the, like at the headquarters, I guess, right? So he had to bring some stuff, maybe like like ID photos or something, right? Or sign some contracts, right? Yeah. Yes, bro. And it was so hard. Yeah, Nat hasn't even started. He already wants to give up. It's too hard already. He already hated signing. Yeah, god damn, dude. Ah. Circle house, circle quarters. Circle, circle. Removing balloon dots. Hmm. What the hell is this circle? It's like down, full, up. Down, full, up, down, full, up. Down, full, up. Down, full, up. Hmm. Let's try the 3. I mean, the circle halves is the one that is used on OpenClaw. I kind of like those. Try the 3 arc. Just want to see what the arc does. I would like wait, is there a way to quickly show me for 15 seconds all 6 in the terminal here to show me in action? Ah, mm, no. You will never understand, Yannick, the employed life. You're already rich, Yannick. Me? No, I need to make my own lounge and laundry, and I need to get the metro once per year. You will never understand my suffering. Yes. Gosh. Maybe when I will start working at 36, I will understand. Yeah, probably. I guess just Petit can understand. Yeah, I already worked at a company for 6 months, so I have ample experience, okay? Maybe in your family enterprise. Yeah, Yannick. Yannick, it will be like Dallas. Fuck. It's because I have to. Oh, but this is not possible. A true one-liner. Yes, thank you. I need a true one-liner. Ah, God damn it, Python. Python and your goddamn indentation. 1, 2, 3, 2. Just write a little temp script. I can run. My terminal doesn't want to cooperate with the indent. With the Python indent. See Yanni, but you know how to work how the work life can change you. It's like a war. Look, he's 1,000 yards eyes. What? 1,000 yards eyes. What is 1,000 yard eyes? War. Yeah, this is me. I saw Vietnam, okay? I went to work. I saw how Vietnam feels like. Ah, voilà. Hmm. Okay, now add the other 5 spinner candidate to this file to for me to see. It means the 1,000 yard stare. Ah, okay. Ah, yeah, like okay, I see. Yeah. Mm. 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 I guess the circle halves are the best, huh? The arc is not bad also, but it's a bit weird. The circle is very bad. The balloon. Ouais. I'm gonna use the circle halve actually for the uninstall button spinner. Okay. Spinner testing file. Wait a minute. What do I edit? Oh, did I include other? Like, what's happening? Ah, Ah, fuck. How do I do this? I included a file in my comic that I want to get out. Updated the uninstall button. Yeah. I included in my latest commit uh, tweet.rs that I didn't want in this commit. Please get this tweet.rs file out and back as changed a file in my still want a separate commit for this one. Also push the changes on remote. Ah, yeah, I should have just discarded the commit and recommitted. Yeah, okay. Oh, discard. Discard. Mais reset. Yeah, maybe I should have reset. Ah, voilà, now it's good. Okay. Yeah. Inside lazy git to do what you did here, I should have reset the commit and recommit only the file I was interested in committing, right? Yes. And do the last commit. Yeah, reset softhead and restore. Yeah, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, oh no. Oh, I pressed the wrong keys. Great. Ok. Bon. Install. Uninstall. Maybe actually just make the uninstall spinner the same as the install spinner in the buttons. Uninstall. Just on the just in the reverse direction and slow both down by 30%. Keep the colors for each. Okay. Yeah, voilà. It's good. Installing, uninstalling, removing, rebuild. Should I also add a similar spinner for the building slash rebuilding process? Make it 100 milliseconds. Ah, hmm, minimum, so that it can at least be seen briefly. Did you have a question? Yes. It's a weird question. Okay, ask me. I will maybe have a weird answer. Smooth fantastic spinner animation. And I'm not gay, just to be clear here. Yes, I know, Nat, you are not gay. the the pre-question is interesting. Are you considered a beautiful man in France? Depends on your it depends on depends on what you consider a beautiful man, you know? Um in terms of a face, I guess I'm reasonably cute. I'm not like the cutest, but I'm like pretty okay. Uh, I'm not. Yeah, I'm okay. Like my face, I guess is yeah, can be is reasonably okay. Um, in terms of height, I'm not very tall, so I'm like middle, right? I'm 174 centimeters tall, so I'm like medium sized. I'm not small, but I'm not tall either. So some men and women like tall guys. Um, I'm pretty, like some men and women like guys with lots of hair, for example, especially, within the gays, like the bottoms of this world. So the women and the gays, they like masculine men, and I'm pretty masculine, I guess, because I have hair, I have a beard, I can have a beard, right? So I can be masculine, but I'm not the most masculine, so I'm not uber masculine, you know? I'm like not overweight, I'm pretty lean, I work out, so I guess body wise I'm fairly attractive. I'm like middle plus attractive, yeah. I'm not like a bodybuilder, right? But I work out, I don't know. Yeah. um you know so I guess it depends. It depends. I know that even on Tinder or the dating apps, I get a reasonable amount of matches, I guess, when I swipe right, But some guys, I just, not all guy that I swipe right swipe me back, So especially in the gay community, there's a lots of bottoms have a very very specific tendency to like overly masculine guys where that are like way more masculine than me. So in a way, I might not be masculine enough for lots of the bottoms that I'm attracted to. For example, I might not be tall enough for lots of bottoms that I'm attracted to. For example, you know. Um, yeah. So I'm not complaining. I guess my level of attractiveness is fine for me to find someone who I am attracted to, like I don't I would not say I struggle to find partners. Um it's just that twinks don't flock to me, still. Yeah. And I guess some guys probably have an easier time than me, not because to get like the gays or whatever, not because they're prettier, but because they are more masculine. And lots of gays, especially the bottoms, they love very masculine guys, even though they don't have an uber pretty face, just because they like masculine, imposing guys, real men, right? And in this sense, I guess I look less like a real man, than some other guys. I might be a bit cuter, so it can counterbalance in a way. Bon, but yeah, I do see sometimes that it depends. But I'm not to complain, right? Like I'm good enough for what I guess aspire to. Um, yeah, and usually also the kind of guys that are attracted to uber masculine guys, are the kind of very effeminate, very sassy, very superficial kind of guys usually that maybe I don't want to interact with. I don't want, like that would not be very um nice to have a couple with these guys because it's like little gay Barbies in a way, so bon, it depends on a lot of factors, but yeah, I guess I'm not, yeah, I'm still not complaining, I'm fairly okay. Do you think Harry Potter a good guy? mm, a beautiful guy. mm, I mean, I guess depends for who, for who. Beautiful guy for who? For me, I guess I would. Yeah, it can be of my taste. I guess Harry Potter. Like this kind of guy, like dark hair, glasses. Very skinny. Yeah, it can work. I mean, my first like real boyfriend was actually a bit like that. He was very effeminate though. Uh, so yeah, these kinds of skinny, dark haired guys with glasses. Why not? Ah, gay. So you can looks like him, right? Like Harry Potter. Oh, yeah, because of the glasses. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. People have told me that, but I guess I'm a bit like Daniel Radcliffe has this very British aspect to him, that I have less. I guess have a mix of like French, yeah, French, Italian mix, you know. But yeah, I mean, people have already told me that the glasses remind them of Harry Potter. Yeah. Not just the glasses, but what about this one here? Wow. Nat, you said you were not gay, right? So you're not like, of course, you're not talking about this. You mean this one, right? You're talking about this one, right? This is actually a pencil. Yeah. Yes, for sure. Yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, it's not a pencil. It's a stylus for the tablet. The how do you say that? The drawing tablet, right? I have one, and this is actually a very good hand spinner thing. Okay, install font, removing font, rebuild, sending. Yeah. But anyways, I just had this to talk about. I heard some Brazilian guys saying that they were considered ugly in Brazil, but then they go to America and now they're beautiful. Ah, but I guess I mean I've always heard that in Brazil, uh, you have like a very cult about like muscular body or something, or like the body is very important in Brazil, and maybe it's less important in Western countries, I guess. So like maybe for example, maybe Timothée Chalamet with his like skinny body would not be considered beautiful in Brazil, but in the West, he's considered beautiful. These kind of things, I guess. Like I always heard that like yeah, in Brazil, women needs to have a big butt and men needs to be uberly muscular. That's what I've heard compared to the West European societies, I guess. And I was thinking in Brazil, at least for women, you would be considered very sexy. So why would I be considered very sexy? And this is why I'm asking. Why am I very sexy? Why would I be very sexy? Can I? Yeah, but Timothée Chalamet very beautiful to us. Ah, why? Timothée Chalametis. Hmm. Why? I don't know. You need to ask for women. Because to me, Timothée Chalamet is well, maybe it's just something I've heard, but yeah, I've always heard that Brazilians take the shape of their body like it's very important. Something, especially like people who go on the beach or who live near the coast of Brazil that go to the beach all the time. Like it's very important to have a nicely shaped, fit body or whatever compared to European societies. So I guess women like the Europe stereotype too. Ah, yeah, yeah. I mean, but at this, I guess in this at this game, everybody would, like, I guess all around the world, in Europe, in Japan, in China, everybody would like to date a blonde, blue-eyed guy or girl, right? Because this is like, the, I don't know, for some reason, yeah, right. So, yeah, um, you know, there's one thing that I often witness on the dating apps. It's always the East Asian guys, so either like Japanese or Chinese guys, that have on their bio, "Oh, I would like a blonde guy." It's always a Chinese, or like East Asian, Chinese, Thailand, Vietnam, like these kinds of guys. In English, they always say, "Oh, I would like to like have a blonde boyfriend." I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. That's a thing. That's also a thing in Europe. It's not only, but yeah, I look all around the world. Blonde people are attractive. I don't know. I guess it's because blonde. I have my theory on this actually. I think blonde is attractive because in European society, well, first because of the fact that Europe colonized the world and so spread their culture around. And because in European societies, blondness is usually a sign of youth. It's usually the children, or the very yeah, it's usually children who are blonde. uh, and I guess also the young women are blonde, because like, I when I was before puberty, I was fully blonde. I was like platinum blonde, like I was a blonde, my hair. And when I turned puberty, I turned into this, more very dark, you know, châtain, we call that. It's not fully dark, but it's like brown, right? Uh, And so my theory is that blonde, like an adult with blonde hair, is probably young and therefore fertile. And I think that's why a lot of people are attracted towards blonde adults. It's because it means fertility, like at a very biological level. I think blondness, like, if an adult still has blonde hair, it means it's a young adult. Therefore, the adult is fertile, and so it's a good partner, and you can make babies. You can make babies with like, easily. It's a sign of fertility. That's my theory. Well, like, especially for the women, like, I guess at some point in history, but now of course with the colors, it's not the same. But I guess, maybe in the Middle Ages or even before, I guess the young blonde girl was probably, you know like, at the peak of their reproductive fertility or something, and so that's why they were very attractive, or something. I guess there's something like that, and I guess it also spreads to the men because, I guess if a woman is more likely to have like blonde hair as an adult to signify, higher fertility or whatever, it's a signal for fertility. I guess this gene can probably pass on their boys to their children, and so the children will also have blonde hair as an adult or something. But it will still be a signal for fertility and good partner to most people, So I don't know. There's something like this, I guess. And I think that's why men like blonde girls, blonde like women who who color their hair in blonde. It's because for the average male reptilian brain, blonde means fertile. I think. Um, And I guess there must be something similar going on with the men. It's just that the men who are blonde adults, it means their mother was fertile and so a good partner. So maybe, there's some genetic like it's a good genes or something. That's my theory. I don't know if it's true or not, but I guess yeah. Yeah. I guess there's something like that. Yeah, because like in all my family, for example, in my family, all the men have my hair color, so pretty dark. But all the boys and all the girls, when they are, before puberty, they are all the children are blonde, 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 blonde. So it's a thing. Like, I've always thought that like that's funny. Um, and I guess it has to do with yeah, with the fact that people like blondes. Like it signifies youth, and if you have it on an adult, it means it's a young adult or something, you know? So it's a good partner. I don't see another like explanation. Because blonde is rare, but so is ginger, for example. Ginger, red hair is also rare. And I guess it's also a bit similar to blonde in like, okay, maybe people like red hair better, especially in women. But it's not the same as the blonde. So, like there's something going on with blondness that's very specific. Yeah. I'm wondering if there's like studies on this because there must be an explanation, right? Why everybody is into blondes? God damn it! There is a there must be a reason. Oh, and also, the thing that surprises me the most is the fact that the Japanese or the Chinese who have a very uniform kind of you know sets of like hair colors and like in China or Japan, everybody has brown eyes, everybody has dark hair, straight dark hair, and yet they still are attracted to the European blondes. Like why? you know because they have no shared past where they would adapt their mating strategies to select blondes over darker hair people. So maybe this is just a fully colonization culture thing, or there's something else. I don't know, but that's very weird to me. And for some reason, it seems that the Japanese and the Chinese sometimes are even more attracted to blonde people than Europeans themselves, which doesn't make sense because I don't know, you know? But there's also the, I guess, rarity or. It's not because something is rare that people like it. So what's going on? I don't know what's going on. Something is going on. There is a conspiracy. about the blondes in the world, and I don't know where this comes from. Um, okay. Mm, okay, so this is a good. Does it also? Button at the in the installed headphones card the same name as the other button. I could just modify this myself. Whoa. Ah. I'm very sexy in some country. If I'm not wrong, in Asia, you're more white. You're considered more rich and attractive. Yeah, I guess I've heard that. Yes. Yeah, but so maybe this is just like yeah. This is just I mean it's because I guess the Western countries have been richer societies earlier, so they still have this cliche about us. But I guess it's probably going. It will go away soon because now China is like as rich as European countries nowadays, and Japan. Well, Japan is still a rich country now, but yeah, not in Brazil. Serge. Maybe in France. Now I'm kind of fat. France hates fat people, and they burn mages. What are mages? I'm fat and mage. What do you mean mage? Mages? I mean, yeah, it's just that in France we have a, a pretty low obesity rate, way lower than in America, for example. So yeah, I guess being fat is more, yeah, it's less usual than in America, for example. In Brazil, I don't know the obesity rate or whatever. Mage sorceress, witches. Ah, are you a witch? Are you a are you a mage, Nat? You do magic and stuff? Damn. Do you ride the broom and stuff? Yes, I do. Whoa. Damn. I do all women. What? I do all women, all my front disappear. What does that mean? I do all women, all my front disappear. Is that one of your spell? Are you? Is it a spell that I can't understand? In my front. I do all women in my front disappear. Ah, okay. No, don't say that, Nat. I at my front. No, fuck. No, you meant all women that I encounter or something disappear. That's what you meant. It's pretty sage, but don't say that. Maybe take the metro. You do all the women in front of you? Yeah. when there are women in front of Nat, he just does. He just does it, you know. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, I'm just going to. Hmm? Just going to ask it. Go and redo the joke now. Read again as the first time. I make all the women near me disappear. Ah, voila. This is the correct formulation. Do you kidnap them, Nat? Do you put them into your how do you say? You forgot the laughs. Sorry. I did laugh. No, they just ran away from me. They just run away from me. That's the correct. They just run away from me. Don't say that, Nat. I'm sure this is not true. They disappear and and are never seen again. Yeah, now this is worse. Yeah, every time a woman go near me, she disappears, and she reappears in my basement along all the others, and I keep them there, comfortable, you know. I will start to talk in French, in French. Ok, ok Nat, talk in French. Parle-moi en français, s'il te plaît maintenant. C'est parti. Oui, parlons-en comme ça maintenant. Très bien, Nat. Parlons comme ça en français. Comme ça, Yannick ne pourra pas comprendre ce que nous disons. Il sera complètement exclu de la conversation, et oui. Hum, 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 hum. I heard my name. Oh, really? But I thought you didn't understand French. What the... Je fais fuir toutes les femmes parce que je suis moche. Ah, MDR. Ne dis pas ça, Nat. Ce n'est pas vrai. Je pense que ce n'est pas vrai. Tu n'as juste pas trouvé la bonne, c'est tout. Mm. Okay, bon, I think this is good. Uninstall the stuff. What's the... Yeah. Install fonts. Rebuild. Uninstall fonts. Tac. Okay, but now I need to work on the compose grid stuff. But let's just start anew. Let's think about how to add the compose grid feature. Nous pouvons lui dire à quel point Yannick est beau sans qu'il sache que nous parlons de lui. Mais maintenant qu'il a vu son nom, il va le traduire et il se rendra compte qu'on s'est moqué de lui. C'est bien vrai tout ça. Yannick ne traduit pas, bien sûr, c'est interdit. Merci. This is reverse psychology. Yes. You know? You know, it's like the people encrypting a message saying, "I knew you would decrypt this message." I knew you would do that. I'm so smart. First of all, is it? Can we find a better name for it? I detailed all of this here. Seizure is to be bigger. Damn, it's hard as fuck to write in French. Yes, because you see this all the time. Ah, yeah, the apostrophe. Yes, there's a lot of apostrophe in French, in on top of the letters and between certain letters. Yeah, like as a standalone also. Yeah, the apostrophes annoying. Yes, so hard. You just have to learn it, you know. It's once you learn it, it's okay. And also the apostrophe. There's not like that many apostrophe. There's the apostrophe with the q u apostrophe. That there's a lot of those. And there's also the apostrophe with the L. Um, yeah, L apostrophe word. Other than that, yeah, with the T too. With the T, and then that's all, huh? I think. Well, sometimes it's rare, but with the D too. D apostrophe. It's just that it's like it's a way to say we are going to shorten the words here to make it sound better. You know, to say like the arrival instead of saying la arrivée, you say l'arrivée, and you put an apostrophe between L and arrivée, that's l'arrivée. You know, just to avoid saying la arrivée, it's just easier to pronounce. That's how we do. I need to restart my classes before Udemy explodes. Yeah. It's like saying the arrival. Yes, the arrival. Exactly. That's exactly that. Yes. You know, it's the same with it's. You know, it's it is, right? It is, it's, right? You put the apostrophe. It's the same in French. It's just a way to shorten the things to make it quicker to say. But contrary to English, where you can you can write both, right? You can write it is or it's. In French, you cannot write la arrivée. You need to say like the only good way is to say l'arrivée. That's the only difference. Yeah, easier than English though. Well, it's different, you know. I mean, in some way, I guess French is slightly like the grammar The grammar is a bit more complex than English, but not it's slightly, yeah, it's a bit more complex. There are more rules, I guess, compared to English. English is very simple um, in terms of like grammatical rules, but it's less complex than German, I've heard, for example. German has a bit more rules than French when it comes to grammar and stuff. But yeah, yeah, in terms of grammatical complexity, I've heard it's English, French, German, yeah. And like, for example, Spanish and Italian are usually between it's I mean, they are very similar to English. Or maybe they are between English and French in complexity. Yeah. No, German has no rules in practice. You can say whatever you want. It's very easy. Oh wow, okay, but then that's good then. Okay, then German is the easiest. Voilà. Mm, yeah. Nat, that's good. You can start learn German now, Nat. Glyph mosaic. Ah, yeah, that's better. Glyph mosaic. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, let's composite glyph. Let's go with glyph. Glyph mosaic. Oh yeah, that's very nice. Nice name. How would I implement it? How should we implement it? Let's keep the base button on the home panel and let's have this button open a new panel. I guess what would be on this new panel? Mm, yes, but German words are so hard. French is similar to my language, like bonjour, bom dia. Charges long. Yes, look, I have a very good topic, a very good meme about German. Voilà. German for you. That thing you just said, we Germans, TM, have a word for that. It's just that thing you just said and easy, you know? German is so easy, guys. That's just how it is, you know? German is so easy. Oh my god. Right, Yannick? Right, Yannick? Am I right? I think this is true. I think this is written true. Oh, I had other things to show you about Germans. Ah, yeah, it's Sam Altman. Sam Altman being silly. Look, voilà. This is Sam Altman. This is Sam Altman. This is how Sam Altman works. Voilà. It's crazy how he's actually he actually looks like Sam Altman. Because Sam Altman context, Sam Altman was drunk like a few days ago and he just tweeted some random stuff and people were like, oh la la, look, he's trying to be so silly. He's so quirky, oh my god. Ah yeah, did you see that? The robots. this is an Italian thing. It's like in Italy, a lot of men stand next to like construction work, and they just watch. This is funny, right? Isn't that the great culture? This is a great culture. Same in Brazil. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. Umarel. Retired men who enjoy watching construction sites while giving unsolicited advice. They even, the masculine urge to mansplain even when you are retired. This is funny. Oh, wait. Well, people don't have things to do. The way German people bend the language is actually quite funny. For example, if you order food and the guy behind the counter asks, who ordered the Bratwurst? Instead of saying, I ordered the Bratwurst, you just say, I am Bratwurst. Wow. Really? You are the Bratwurst. You ontologically become the food that you are about to eat. Wow. This is so deep, guys. Germans, they just incarnate into the food. Wow. That they're about to eat. Oh yeah, I love this look. This is JD Vance. This is amazing that AI models can do that nowadays, right? Like this is so fucking funny. Isn't that great? This is Techno Viking. What is this? Yeah. I showed you this already. Oh yeah, this one I liked. Yeah. Oh, this one is my favorite. This one is just the best. So good. Open salami. Open salami. I showed you this. Ah no, you showed me this. Who showed me this? Wow. Wow. Yeah, I thought it was funny. Trump every time the S&P drops more than 1%. I am a man of peace. I will reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, shit. Where did I wait? I need to find in my dark archive for German things to show to Yannick. Did you see that Trump was shooting again? Yes, yes, in his ballroom or whatever, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, the guy didn't actually reach the ballroom, but yeah. Oh yeah, voila. This is. I'm just going to show you. First, Yannick, come here. I need to show you something. What is this, Yannick? I need your analysis. What is this? Each means me. I know this. Wow. Yannick, are you here? Yannick, we need an analysis. We need a German analysis. on this? Please explain. He's not here. Arch mentioned, Yannick. Yeah, no, he's not here. He went away. How to call a nerd. Arch mentioned. Arch mentioned. Yannick should appear in a few seconds now. He's not here. Look, the viewer count went from 3 to 2 to 1. He's not here. Nobody's here. I'm alone now on my own stream. Nobody's there. Yeah. Look. I'm no one. But no. Apparently for Twitch, you are no one, Net. Ah, Yannick is there. Well, you said I'm alone now because it says one viewer, and I guess Twitch counts myself, or maybe it counts. It doesn't count myself. Maybe it just counts you, Nat. No, you're right. You are my only viewer now. I know Yannick came back. But I guess Twitch is fucked up. So I was just going. Yes. What? And then he barely responded as Donald Trump made a joke about their marriage, like as long as his parents. But that's because he's too old, right? He's too old. That's why, right? I mean, yeah, because he's going to die before, right? Yannick passed away. He's gone. Yeah, he's just gone. Yannick, are you here? Are you here, Yannick? I need some explanation. Yes. Please explain. Please explain. Please explain to us what's going on in there. Please explain. This is in German, therefore, Yannick, you need to explain to us what's going on in there. So, thank you. Great explanation. We're waiting. He says he jumps on his belly because he's really fat. Wow, okay. Second video. Please explain now. Explanation now, Yannick. You need to provide to us a completely exhaustive explanation of what's going on in there. Thank you very much. I wait until the next one. He said, I'm a water big on crocodile. I ride through the whole empire. Wow, very nice. And now this one. Can you dare to explain? This is the last one. Is it? Yeah, it's the last one. Water pig. Oh, okay. Very nice. He's asking for some groceries and the cat is saying yes to everything. Wow. Wow. This is so short and yet so long, you know? The guy saying what he wants. Wow. There is a guy, there is this subreddit called To Western Europe for You, which is like a meme subreddit, right? And there is this gay Australian guy that is this subreddit called them the gay resident emu, the resident gay emu of this. He's very gay, as you can see. He has like the gay, shirt on his probably twink, 18 plus with surprise. And basically he's like hard at posting memes about every European country, including German memes, French memes, Dutch memes, and stuff like that. It's funny. Voilà. And so he posted that he posted three posts about the German meme slop thing. Voilà. I was curious. Thank you for the information, Yannick. Thank you very much. This is very nice of you to enlighten us about German meme culture. Okay, let's implement this feature. This should be a full screen panel, not a pop-up inside home. The current TUI already works as panel-based with home and glyphs, so I would add a mosaic as a third view and make the glyphs mosaic button in home be switch to it. Ooh! Wow, that's loud. That keeps the model clean. Home launches tool. Panels edit them. I'd make the mosaic panel mirror the existing glyphs panel. Let's say mosaic entry. Write down. No. Ah, yeah, before doing that, actually. I'm wondering if it's possible to drag images. Ooh! Again. I have a lower version. I also have this. Voilà. That's all I have for now. Can I drag? Is it possible to... Would it be possible to implement a drag images inside the TUI feature to ease the creation of a new glyph project? Like when the project name is specified, an area of drag images here would be created with dashed lines and allow for the user to drag directly the images inside. Is it possible? Because I guess in the codecs and apps you can paste images, but can you drag? Can you drag several images? Wondering. Because here there is like a nice area here that I could use to drag stuff in. Or maybe just like, you know, it cannot open like on Windows or on a GUI, like a window to select the files because it's a TUI. Can't do that, can I? It would be weird. I need to use the mouse. Or maybe when it drags, do you actually like drag the address, like the path of the image? How does that work? And can my app catch that? That would be cool. That would be cool to be able to drag images inside a TUI. The terminal UI. Yes, with one important constraint. In this TUI, it would be a best effort drop files onto the terminal and import their path feature, not a true native GUI drop target. Well, yeah. Right now, Petit Glyph only processes keyboard events in the main loop, and the terminal session setup does not enable bracketed paste or mouse capture. The create project UI is already rendered in home, project creation, and once file lands in icons, the existing reload path already scans and ingests them using the supported formats. The practical version I recommend is show a dashed drop image here box after the project is created. Enable event paste handling in a TUI. When the terminal paste drops them, parse them, validate supported image type, copy them into project icon, the notary scan. Oh, you know, there's one thing that if I had a Switch, I would play on stream. It's Tomodachi Life. I don't know if you've seen the stream on this game. They are very funny because you can create, you know, funny situations. But I don't have a Switch, and I've spent all my money already, so I can't buy it. But if I had a Switch, I would like to play, but I don't, unfortunately. The practical version I recommend is show the dust. When the terminal paste drops file path, parse them, validate supported image type, copy them into projects icons, then auto rescan. The limitation is terminal side cross term gives key mouse paste resize events. but not a native file drops on this widget. So the box can be a focused import zone visually, but the actual transport is pasted file path, and support will depend on the terminal emulator. So possible, yes. True native DND inside the TUI, no. A clean and useful drop file into the terminal to import, no. Yes. If you want, I can implement a version of that. Yeah. Blink a blink. Unbuild this visible background task. Yeah. Okay. Let's try to implement this. And yes, it will be mainly a TUI passing of the path. Please look online how that works on Linux /omarchi/arch and Linux based distros. Distros and Windows and Mac, I guess, to know how cross compatible this feature might be and try to implement a first version real quick. Okay. 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 Because I think this interface must be GNOME or something. About files. Yeah, GNOME. That's right. Yeah. Nautilus. The default file manager of the GNOME desktop. So I guess like by default it should have the path when I drag and drop included into the object or something. I can't help wondering when I see the GNOME logo if the creator had a foot fetish. You know? I'm like, why would you have this logo? You know? Otherwise. A bit sus. It's a bit sussy to me. It's a bit like, you know, Lune in Clair Obscur. Why, though? Why is it in there like that? Suspicious. It's a bit amogus. Calendar. Maybe I should use this calendar. Is it like syncable with Google Cloud or something? With I guess no. I know you can add calendars from various online calendaring services. Nextcloud, Google Calendar. Yeah. Local and offline. Synchronize your events across multiple devices and platform. Boom, calendar so support. Also, I'm wondering if the drag and drop will work inside my NeoVim embedded terminal. I'm not sure, huh? That would be interesting to test. Uh, Hee hee. Hee hee double hee hee. You are heeing. 3 hee hee. That's lots of hee hees, huh? That's a lot of hee hees. That's a tsunami of hee hees. What are you doing? I'm trying to implement a drag and drop images inside my terminal UI, inside my TUI app. And I want to test if that works or not, because I'm not sure if it works, if it could work. It's just that I guess GNOME needs to send the image path with when I'm dragging, and then maybe my TUI can catch it. But I'm not sure if it would probably work, especially inside NeoVim. And I will have to test also. I will also have to test in a regular terminal. Are you implementing a drag queen? Yes. Yes, I'm officially implementing a drag queen. Is the reverse is the reverse bar stuff? What is the reverse bar stuff? Implemented a first path. Okay. Let's see. I mean, you're talking about the path problem? Yeah. The Windows that use the reverse bar. What is the reverse bar? So, project name, test, no, test project. Create. Ah, drag images here. We'll see. Let's try to drag one of your emotes net. Try. Oh! Oh! It works? No way. No way it works. I mean, it kind of works though. What? Drag image here. Yeah, I need something with transparency. Do I have something with transparency? Yeah, because it does like yeah, any color. Any color is like your petit pois emote. That's what I did, but he any color is because it's round, but he doesn't discriminate. Like any color is a white and you know, so it's not. I need something black and white or something, but I don't have that. I mean, I guess this. Yeah, it kind of works. Kind of works. Just need transparency. I mean, it kind of works. That's crazy. Ah, that's great. Wow. It even works inside NeoVim. That's crazy. Let's try. Let's try this inside this. Um, hmm? Whoa. What's going on in there? Huh? What? Petit glyph. Do I need to do this? No, exec bash. Petit glyph. Select a project to see project local status. Ah, yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so here, um, I don't have anything with transparency or like a clear logo or something. No. Maybe this. Huh. Yeah, it works. The drag and drop. That's crazy. Bon, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, so it's either the background needs to be white or transparent. Wait, I need to find like a logo, transparent. Or this, for example. Image. Save image. Downloads. So, drag, and it doesn't work. Avif. No. PNG? No. No. Yeah, the resting beach face. No. It doesn't work anymore now. Why? Now it doesn't work? Now it doesn't work. Why? Hmm? But it worked just before. The Wait, so for this, SVG, PNG, PNG, PNG? Oh, but now it doesn't work anymore. What the fuck? Glyph, test, PNG. And now it doesn't work anymore. Hmm? Pending. Oula. Ah, there's a bug. There is a bug. There's a bug. Ah. Ah, do I need to wait? Yes, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Oh, if I drag them here, it also works. Right? So wait, if I do this, does it work? No. Resting beach face? No. What's wrong with this? Sorry, before I was talking about this function, petit let path past new join sub path because Windows have the to read file and it has the so if you write some code in both languages, the best way is the join in Rust. Ah, okay. When was the problem? Sorry. Ah, okay. Okay. We need to do this with function bar. Okay, okay, I see. Ah, yeah, the reverse bar. Okay, I see. And now it doesn't work anymore. Hmm. Well, I guess at least I know that it can work. So that's all I wanted to be sure of. So it means it can work. Okay. Wait. So, hello test. Oof. There's so many things wrong. Okay, well, let's switch to GPT 5.5 because I need some high intelligence here. Okay, it does work when I create a new project. The drag images do get added to the glyph panel. Problem I have though is that it's quite unstable if I try to add some AVIF images, for example. it seems to stop working. Also, when I change the active project in the petit glyph project card, the two glyphs panel doesn't update. So yeah. Also, the build and the build, rebuild, and install uninstall buttons have disappeared. So you need to fix that. Well, in summary, I now need a thorough consistency path. No, a consistency pass, a thorough consistency path to make this a feature more stable, more robust, and better articulated with the rest of the app. It does work, so the basic test is successful. We just need a lot of polishing and bug fixing now. Go proceed now. I want to compact before I do this. Oh, that would be great if I can just drag the images on the TUI. That's great. That's nice. That would make it even more comfortable to interact with. You don't have to think like, oh, what is the path to the that I need to put the images in. That's cool. I'm wondering if this can literally just become a regular font creator CLI tool, you know? Well, it's not made for that because it doesn't actually replace the actual characters. But maybe I could make it like maybe there would be two modes, a regular font or um, image font, creative font. No. how can I call that? At some point, I should also fix Zencan, but people are still using Zencan. Some people are still using Zencan for some reason. Can't explain. Why you don't put some PNG nude? Your nude files. Yes, Nat, that's a very good idea. Wow, I didn't think about it. That's a very clever idea. You know? Just to see what happens, you know? Yeah. This way also people will be able to witness my gigantic, enormous ambition to make my app work properly, you know? Because voilà, you know? I will have tested all kinds of images. Yeah. Petit pot nude. Voilà. That's just yeah. I should think about doing that, yeah. Some twink responded. Ah ouais. Wow. Hello, implemented the stability pass. Battery will aim like corrupt on super and now skipped instead of breaking the whole glyph reload path. But why would you skip them given that Avif images are supported, no? As Hmm? What? Don't do that, but someday you, for some reason, took a picture of your, bathroom toilet. You could call Petit Popoop. Good idea, Nat. You have such great ideas, Petit Popoop. Yeah. The that is in the realm of possibilities for sure. You know, there is a universe where this happens. Yeah, there is a timeline. An alternative timeline where I do just that, and that's all fine. Thanks for giving me so much ideas about very very interesting subject. Thank you. I appreciate. Yeah, me too. Remember of me. I will remember of you. But don't send me the picture. Don't worry, Nat. When Petit Popoop will become worldwide famous, I will remember who gave me the idea. You know? Yeah. Yeah. It's all because of Nat. It's all thanks to Nat. I owe him so much. Aviv is supported. The skip is not skip Aviv. It's skip file that failed to decode. Ah. Yeah, if you're real Aviv as valid versus skipped. Ah, okay. Mm. Whoa. I know. So they did they got added. It's just that it wasn't showing. Ah, so they were added. Oh no. Petit Boop at the museum next to you. Come look at our new art piece, and in parentheses, very small shit piece. Wow, this would be an amazing French art. Yes, for sure, Nat. It would be such an amazing French art. Download. Oh, look, it's here. Ah, yeah, so I just need to be in terminal mode. That's all. Petit pot, ouah, if you play Mario someday. Ah oui, petit pot, ouah. Damn, my brain is on fire. Your brain is on fire. Oh my god. That's true, Nat. Your brain is on fire. Reset. Please reset. Ah, reset the. Yeah. I can't like delete. Hmm. So it's already. It's already. Save image. Title logo. Ah, it's here. That's crazy. I can't believe that it works like that. No, latest build sample, but it's not. Hmm? It broke everything. It broke everything. Well, at least I know. Maybe I should redo it with another prompt. Okay. Make a summary of everything you implemented here and fixed until the beginning of this combo. Petit pot, why is in your smart days? Why I'm here? Why I do this? Wow, you could have been the Petit pot Einstein. Wow. If you're angry and you need to use some guns, you could be the Petit gun sounds. Damn. Wow. Nat, you know, you could be a contemporary art curator, you know? Like the guy that chooses what art piece gets included into a museum and stuff, you know? Or a gallery. Because you have so many. Wow. I'm impressed. As a plan for another agents to re-implement. If you were Brazilian and if you were a tree too, you could be the a petit pomar. Pomar is a tree. Damn, I'm so fucking good at this. Wow. Wow. Petit pomar. Damn. That's crazy, Nat. That's crazy, Nat. Yeah, so I think what I will do, I will just select everything. I mean, no, wait. Discard. Discard all changes. Yeah. Discard unstaged file. Ah oui, unstaged changes. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Up. Eh? Stage and unstage changes in. Voilà. Okay. Now we'll change the model. Okay. New. Re-implement this with a specific attention to making sure nothing is of no existing features gets broken by your addition of the drag images here feature. Make sure the build install font buttons works work correctly. Make sure switching between different projects, update the glyphs panel. Make sure the latest build sample also has the correct glyphs for the current project, etc. Make sure the selection navigation is not disrupted by the changes. Try to implement this drag images here feature without breaking the app, basically. Up. Let's try. And I will let it do, and I will leave you here because it will take probably 20 minutes. So I'm just not going to wait for it, and it's already pretty late. Voila. I wish you a good night, good afternoon, and see you later, Nat. See you later, Yannick, if you're here. See you later, everyone else that might be. Petit pot late. Yes, this is Petit pot late. I'm Petit pot late. Petit pot fini. Petit pot finish. Petit pot living. I am Petit pot living now. I don't like Petit pot late. Well, was I late? Or do you mean Petit pot leaving, right? Because late is like I am late to the beginning of the stream, no? It is late, yes. Yes, it is late. So I am Petit pot late now because it's Petit pot, but at a late hour. Yeah, that's right. See you, Nat. I'm leaving now. See you on Thursday. I will stream on Thursday. So see you, Nat. See you, bro. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.